Hello, everyone. Okay, this is good enough. Just trying to get stuff set up on my side. Yeah, this is fine. All right, let's get started. Hopefully audio's all right. I have no idea what this sounds like. Yep, audio sounds good. I think we are good to get moving. All right, let's do it. Okay, just making a quick change to my audio emitter management system. Okay. I realized that I had just unnecessary complications here in how I was storing and managing my audio emitters. So I'm going to just make a quick change to that and then be good to actually move on to some gameplay code today. There we go. I think that's really all I need to do here. Just track all of the emitters and then also track them by type if I pass in a type. Yeah, I think that's it. I think that's literally it. Okay, good. Good, okay. Return, audio manager, emitters of emitter name. And here, typed. Now the thing is I guess typed, yeah, this should be type. If it's undefined, let's go ahead and add an array here, and then we push this. There we go. Okay, if this is undefined, we will return an empty array. Now theoretically, when I remove this emitter, so first I just remove a variable struct, remove emitters of emitter name. But I need to also then check through this and see if it's contained inside of the typed struct. So struct for each. So first we need to fetch the emitter. And then if this is not undefined, and let's bind this. I found out that GameMaker has a new feature that allows us to, when we pass variables into a struct, you can actually just bypass having to define the key, and you can just pass in the value, and it will default the key to that same key. Like I can just pass emitter like this, and that's a totally valid variable now to reference. Incredible. Now it does do some weird things with the syntax highlighting that I don't love, but whatever. Which is why I'll still keep using this. Plus it keeps it consistent with how I've been doing other things and yada yada, okay. Okay, so if the emitter exists, we remove it, and then we iterate through all of the types. Okay, Now when we create the emitter, and I want to store it, I have to give it a unique name. I also want to track. So what I can do is I can just give it a unique name. And then I can say emitter name is PRNG just generate a new unique ID. And then audio emitters, let's store it by our name here. And there's our emitter. And that's the name we'll pass in. Okay, and then when we clean up, this needs to be defined first because we will pass into that. So we say audio create emitter. Oh, we don't actually need the name here because we will generate that. Then this will create a unique ID. I'll allow this emitter name to be undefined also. So then here, name will allow name to get passed in. I haven't touched this audio system in a little bit, so it's good to do some maintenance on it. Luckily, it's very simple, so I think this is all we need to do here. Okay, name will be undefined, type will be undefined. Okay, good. And then all we need to do now is just iterate through the struct. And we also need to remove it. So we'll say global audio manager, remove emitter, name. Okay, this should work. If this works, it just runs without any issue. Yeah, I think that's okay. Nice, yeah. block is still playing its audio on its equipment. Okay, so the other problem I was facing was that what I'm trying to do now is play an audio sound when the piece is destroyed. But what I'm doing is I'm cleaning up the audio emitter at that point too. Right, so So what I really want to do is I want to defer the cleanup of this audio emitter to a little bit later than like on immediate death. Audio manager, remove emitter. So really what I want here is audio manager, destroy, free emitter. And let's pass in a name, and then an audio manager, free emitters by type. Again, this still doesn't actually solve a certain problem here. So I'm kind of doing with this with the particle system and the particle manager also. But I'm facing the same issue where I go to like flush it from memory and I end up deactivating a lot of systems that still need to run. So it's this balance of like, well, I want the audio manager to be responsible for freeing these emitters. But if I need a way to categorize them so that I can free them properly. What I could do is I could just delay it for some number of seconds, right? I could just say, okay, when it's time to clean it up in like 5 seconds. And theoretically, that should give most sounds and particles enough time to finish executing. Now, it's a little imprecise and a little sloppy, but I think it could theoretically just be like a really easy solution. What I would really like to do is I would like to specify these audio emitters by type. What I could do is I could give it a type and a subtype, because I'm using the types for the audio emitters for 2 different reasons. One, to control volume, and then one to manage cleanup. So in the case of, like, if I open up the block object and I go to audio, you can see that type is SFX, right? And so this is when I go later into the settings menu to change the gain volume of the SFX. I can fetch it through the manager this way. But maybe what I should do is I should recategorize this as SFX block. And then what I can do is I can just do string parsing on this. I can just say, okay, if the audio type has SFX, contains this string, then we're gonna change it. And then this would allow me to also, I think that might be a good idea. Okay, first let's fetch this audio emitter. I think that's going to be the solution, and that might be the solution for my particle system too. Okay, that's fine. And then for this, I could just say struct for each. That's easy enough. Oh, no, this isn't supposed to free everything. This is just supposed to get it by type. The problem that I have is that by storing it by type, I don't actually... this is fine. This is all right, okay. I have an idea. So here I'm iterating through every emitter that I have stored by type, but I don't have any awareness of its key used for tracking it, right? So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna iterate through each entry in the array, grab the emitter, then I will iterate through each entry in the struct. Okay, but now I need to track the awareness of this. So let's do method binding here to the emitter. We'll say if emitter is equal to emitter, audio manager free emitter with name. And since this is just a cleanup, I don't have to worry too much about performance on here, right? Because this is a little sloppy. Definitely I'm probably gonna do some extra iterations on here that I don't need to. But I don't imagine there's that many audio emitters in the game at any one moment. And I'm probably doing this during some sort of cleanup event. So theoretically this should work. So we grab our types. It's an array if it's not undefined, and we have entries into it. We iterate through it, grab the emitter, then check that emitter against everyone we have stored. If those are equal to each other, then we should be able to free the emitter using the name. Yeah, like I said, it's a little sloppy, but it works. Okay. Let's include a substring optional parameter here. And we'll call this subtype. So if subtype a little tricky here. All I need to do is just change the array. So if subtype is equal to empty string, then we just do this. Otherwise, our emitters, we need to dynamically construct the array of emitters here. So we'll search through our struct here by our types. Now, if type if string contains type of subtype, we need to also pass in the emitters array. Then we array push. Array push. Oh no, we need to combine the arrays. Emitters array. I don't remember if this just stores it into the array or if it returns the array. Okay, so if no subtype is passed in, then we just grab the type of emitters and we use that. Otherwise, if we do have a subtype, we iterate through each of our types and then we check to see if our type contains our subtype. If it does, then we concat our previous array with our current array, assign it, and move on with our life. It's an interesting idea, but theoretically it should work. So now what I want to do is every place that I implement behavior audio, I need to make sure that I have the appropriate types. So SFX trap, SFX block, SFX menu, SFX menu. Dark Snake, your favorite Eastern European is here. Let's go. What a mysterious name. I know a couple Eastern Europeans, but I think I know who this one is. What is that little one you got right by? Top fan, let's go. Confirmed, even YouTube agrees. Okay, can we run this? I'm not really gonna know until I thoroughly try to test it out, like until I actually set up some tests. All right, everything here looks pretty good. We're still getting audio coming through. No crashes on cleanup. So I'm gonna mark this as okay for now. But I need to put this in the note, which is confirm audio emitters are getting cleaned up and confirm correct subtype implementation. Can you explain what method does? Method allows you to define where that method thinks that it is kind of the roundabout way of saying it. So for example, I'll give a very quick introduction, right? So I have my beast object. This is my primary character in the game. If I create a method here, let's say, you know, jump is a method, okay? And I say define it function. Now the code that I put in here, if I say life, or let's say I say y is minus equal to 10, right? That's jump. The question becomes is what y variable is this? And well, in this case, we know that y belongs to the beast object because this method is defined in the beast object, right? That makes sense. We define a method in the beast object, and then all of the code inside of here, whose code is this? Is the question we're essentially asking. And so y, you know, whose y is this? Well, it's the beast. Well, now let's say I didn't want to bind it. Let's say I wanted the variable to be here, right? So I could still say obj beast jump. But let's say I wanted this to do something totally different. Like, I don't know, this is a weird idea, but let's say I wanted to bind it to the player. So I could say method player local, which is just the name of my player object. And now when I call objbeast.jump, it's gonna actually, this y becomes the player local's y, and all of the code inside of this runs as though it is bound to the player local object. So what this allows us to do is this allows us to define methods that are bound to different scopes, is the technical way of describing it. You can customly define the scope in which the method is bound. Okay, but you can do there's a lot of tricks that you can do with this, but for now, this is probably the best place to start, is how to implement just kind of this basic method binding. So in this case, this doesn't make sense, right? We would never do this in a real project, but sometimes you create things dynamically. And when you start to create objects dynamically, being able to bind a method to that object can sometimes be very powerful. Let's see if I have an example that would make sense. Now I use this method callback a lot, but I use it for a very specific use case. But I think that's a little bit too much to go over right now. Just trying to see if I have a very simple implementation that would use this. Oh, here we go. I just thought of it. Our tab bar. So our UI tab bar system. So here I have a tab bar. This is just like in a browser, right? If I open up a browser, I have this tab here. I open up this tab. I open up this tab. I click on the tabs and different windows appear, right? So that's the tab bar. So I have a UI component that handles that. When I say new tab, I create the tab instance, which is just a GUI button. And then I say tab on mouse click pressed, which is a callback. But then I bind all of this data to that callback. so that I can do dynamic things here. Again, this is a complex example, but yeah, that's a good just introduction to it. Definitely check out the GameMaker documentation for it. There's some more information there. In fact, if we just go here and I search method, kind of gives some examples here. Very simple example, but yeah, you can definitely start to get into it. And like I said, there's a really cool trick you can do with it, that once you understand that basic implementation, then you learn the fancier trick with it, and it gives you a lot of power over certain dynamic situations. Got a cold and felt like I was on my deathbed. Throat is still sore, but got little suckable pill. Bro, what are you doing over there? Bro, what if all the suckable pills is making your throat sore? You ever think about that? This guy's got it backwards. Okay, so now what I need to do is clean up the audio manager. Why don't I have this on in my preferences? Preferences. Text, code. No, text. Open scripts in full screen. Thank you. Okay, and now the block object is our implementation of the audio. Oh, you know what? I should also implement this subtype here in the fetching of the emitters too, because I'm going to need that for the settings menu. Okay, so now when I call block, let's go to our life cycle. When we call cleanup, we say cleanup audio. And this is triggering our audio emitter to get destroyed, which is why we can't play any audio on when we destroy the object. However, it would be really nice to be able to play audio when we destroy the object. So what we need to do is defer the cleanup here. So if I take a search through SFX underscore, we can see that we have block, trap. We're gonna ignore that one. Menu, 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 beast. So maybe I should generalize this subtype from beast, block, trap to just battle. And then this way I can fetch everything by battle subtype and do a clear on that at the end of the room. Okay. So now I won't clean up audio. Put a little note here. Deferred to audio manager. So we can play SFX on destroy. Okay. So we won't do that. And now with the battle controller, Let me add a note before I forget this real quick. Jumbotron not being out on battle restart. Okay, just don't want to forget that. I want to do that next. Now, the question is just where do I put this? I still don't really have these states and sequences really well defined. Could put this in the game controller possibly. Game state change. I just want to make sure where this is happening in our sequence. Go to battle. We do the room transition. We call battle prepare, which then... yeah. So for now, let's throw it in here. Global audio manager, free emitters by type, and we want to say SFX battle. And I guess this is how we can test this. Got an interview for a customer support role from some US pharma company. Not the best, but bills gotta be paid. Was it, I'm guessing it's remote, right? Or is that something that you would come in and actually do? It'd be a good excuse to travel again, right? Okay, let's go ahead and we have our type, we have our subtype. Okay, so what is our type? SFX menu, does it contain it? Nope. SFX battle, does it contain it? Yep. Okay, here's our emitters array. We're gonna concat that. Okay, we should get a couple of emitters in that after. Okay, our assignment is not preserving. That's fine. I had a suspicion that was gonna happen. I think what I can do is I could rip this out. Assign it. Empty array. And then do the reference this way. Maybe. Let's see. Our array is still of length 0. Oh, it's because I was editing the wrong one. Okay. This is the one I want to edit. Okay, let's see if this works. Hey, that did work. I only have one emitter in there, that's fine. Yeah, this actually makes sense too, that crash there. Yeah, let's make sure to use the right method name. Life and academic comeback gonna be generational. It sounds like it, dude. Hey, yo, there we go. Okay, can I play sound on death now? Does it play? Should be a big ass explosion when the robot core block detaches. Exhilarating battle. Hey! Very nice. Let's make sure that this is actually getting cleaned up too. That log is insane. Arena. Probably should disable some of the logging on this transformation. I'm gonna assume that this is working out. Okay. Again, I'll do some more rigorous testing later. Hey man, good luck on the interview. I'll see you later. Okay, I'm gonna assume that that's good. I'm gonna assume that that's working. We got sounds, so I'm grateful for that. Ooh, audio is very left aligned there. Make sure that I'm positioning the emitter properly. This guy keeps getting stuck in the wall here. I'm not sure why. I have to fix all the pathfinding stuff. Okay, very nice. Let's go ahead and turn the sound on that down a little bit. That's such a chunky explosion. And I should be updating all of the audio emitters. So this should be struck for each. And for this, I can say audio manager free emitter, and I can get rid of the free call here. Okay, we're good. Deferred audio emitter cleanup to end of battle and trigger effects on block destroy. Sick. Huge. Okay, the other thing I want to do is our Jumbotron is not hiding. I really like, so on one hand, I really like how I have this event system like handled, but on the other hand, it's becoming such a tedious pain in the ass to manage it. Like, part of me wants to use the pub sub system more to solve it. Like, I shouldn't have to call this so many times. And it's just getting kind of silly at this point. Like, I should just have a battle exit event. And then all of these things just like trigger on their own. Do I have these? Let's see. Okay, so I'm using some of them. Yeah, maybe I'd take a minute to do some conversion on this event system. I would start to feel a lot better about some of these things. The problem is, though, is that not every... Oh, God. It's just a big architectural change. I mean, it's not too bad. It's only a few places that I actually use this. Alright, give me a second. I gotta use the restroom. Hold on. BRB. Ben Dole with the hype. Yes, sir. Okay, for now I'm gonna place it here. But I think I am gonna do just a slight rework of the event system because this is becoming kind of unsustainable, and as the game becomes more complex, the way that I'm handling it now is just not scalable at all. But it should be a quick and easy fix, because I only have like a handful of places that things are being implemented. That audio emitter is not positioning properly. All right, so I mean, it is lerping out with the restart. That's good. How's it going, Bendel? I should actually have the traps set the beasts on fire too. All right, let's make some changes here real quick. Easy changes, that's an easy one. So first things first. Lerp Jumbotron out on battle restart. Okay. Let's go to the trap data. This is an easy one where we say trap. Oh, whoa, no way. Do I not have this endpoint defined? Like this, do I not have this exposed? Trigger. Okay. On trigger, let's do this. Trap instance and trigger instance. Let's do that. Shit. Well, I've abstracted this. Maybe I can just throw all of this into the update. On updates. Yeah, maybe I don't need to. Yeah, let's do that. I don't need this to be so much more complex. On updates, trap. The lightning doesn't do anything yet, but let's go ahead and do the fire trap. Okay, and we'll say trigger with beast. That's it. That's all we gotta do. We can get rid of the trigger condition. We can get rid of the on trigger. Just throw it all into the update. Easy, easy, easy. So now we trigger the trap. Maybe we will actually do it on trigger. Say trap on trigger. Okay, hold on. I have an idea. I'm trying to just keep this a little bit decoupled, just a little bit. data on trigger self. Just pass ourself into the on updates. Okay, good. On update, then we'll pass in an on trigger. Ooh, very nice. Twins over here. What are you working on today? Oh, and this is supposed to be not my beast. I had it triggering on its own beast. Lol. Let's go ahead and allow a trigger instance to be passed in. Why not? I might change this later, but for now, and then in this case, all I have to say is trigger instance burn. I think that's it, right? Probably I just have to decide how long I want the trap to burn the beast for. Probably not forever. It'd be a little ridiculous. Be on fire the whole time. Maybe for like 5 seconds or something. Maybe 3 seconds. 5 seconds is a long time. Combat, burn, source name, and duration. So we're gonna say trap of trap ID and 3 seconds. So whatever triggers it is gonna get burnt. This guy just comes into the corner and then doesn't move the entire time, and I can't figure out why he's doing that. Yeah, I know you're working on the idle game, but what are you working on in the idle game? What are you working on today? What's the task at hand? Get lit! Touch it! I think there might be some issues with the trap assignment and ownership over whose it belongs to. Bro, I swear to God, this guy just goes into the corner and it's starting to really piss me off. I keep procrastinating actually making the movement and combat systems fun by just making the game look nicer, but I promise I'm gonna do it soon. I really want to speed this whole thing up. This is so slow, sluggish, and boring to watch. I want this to be the most absurd and insane battle sequencing possible. It's gonna be insane. I should set up clicking to be able to reposition the beasts. That would actually be huge. That would actually be massive. Maybe I do that. Yep, we're doing that right now. And then I think I just need to call skeleton update when I do the position change. Update skeleton with our XYZ. Okay. I guess I could set Z equal to 0 there too. That'd probably be a good idea just to ground it. Thank you. They both go to the same spot and immediately collide with each other, which is kind of funny. They just like go to the same spot and then bounce off of each other. Jesus. This is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. Would you ever consider making the battles look as... That's what I would love to. Like, I want it to just be so over the top. I'm talking about, like, machine guns and lightning bolts and missiles and rockets and, like, huge melee dash attacks. Like, right now it's super, super slow so that I can test out systems and get the core built out. But, I mean, this... it should be moving 2-3 times as fast as this. And the combat should be just, like, absolutely insane. So, to get there eventually, but... Oh, it's because I didn't update the reference here. That's why. Yeah, I love how, like, insane Yomel is. Yomi. I don't know where I think the L comes from. The Yomi is. Oh, bro is getting infinitely burned. Probably shouldn't allow that to stack. Yeah, let's not allow that to stack. Well, no, I can allow it to stack because we just update the duration, but what I really need it to do is to, if is burned, we just want to update the time. Otherwise, if we're not burnt, we want to play our audio, create our floating text. No matter what, we want to update the time, so we just want to do this if we're not burned. And we want to do that before we set the time, because otherwise that will always trigger. Working on combat abilities, effects, etc., and some UI stuff. Yeah. Combat and UI, bro. That's 100% of it. Oh shit, he's burned again. Absolutely getting obliterated. I don't know how long I should set that trap for, right? Maybe that trap is only active for a certain number of frames. Also, this trap never gets triggered. It's only this one. Oh, maybe this guy has lightning? No, I thought I set both of them to fire. That explosion looks so much better. Doesn't seem as though the second trap object ever triggers. Okay, looking good. So the other thing I was just talking about doing is modifying the event system. Oh god, I don't know if I want to do this right now. Like, I really want this to be solved, I just don't know if I want to do it right now. So like, for example, right now, when I click on the login button, I just manually call. I don't know, Ben, maybe you can give me some insight on this, dude. So I really struggled with like deciding how to handle the event architecture and how to like communicate events across controller objects. And at one point I was using pub sub for everything, but I think I went overboard. So on one hand, I do think that the pub sub system is the correct answer, but just not going overboard like I did with it last time. But on the other hand, what I figured is like, well, I'll just basically expose certain control methods on the controller objects and just call those whenever I need to. So for example, when I click on the login button, when we successfully log in, I call UI profile show. I hide the login. I show the title screen. You know, and if I reorganize this, it would actually kind of make sense sequentially. So first we hide the login, then we show the title, then we show the profile, then we set our cursor's focus, we set our player states, and we set the game state. So it's very sequential, very much in line of like, okay, when you click on login, here's exactly what happens. Boom, 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 boom. You know, it just goes through. All right, so then if I go to the title screen, same idea. Okay, when I call go to roster, which is probably triggered on a button press also. You know, first we hide the title. We collapse the profile. We show the roster. We hide the logo. We hide the banner. So we hide all of our components. We collapse our UI profile. We show the roster. We set our cursor's focus. We update our border presets. We change the player state and we change the game state. The problem is, the thing that's annoying about this is that I'm having a hard time encapsulating it so that it becomes reusable. So like I'm finding myself writing a lot of the things multiple times. And I guess that's the trade-off in this case, right? Like it's very explicit, but it just means I have to like, so like what happens, like I'll notice a bug and it's like, oh, I forgot to tell the Jumbotron to hide in this part. So maybe that's a non-issue. Maybe I just roll with it, you know? Like maybe I just keep it going. What I think I need to do, maybe the answer is I bring all of these into one file, so then I can just like look at the sequencing of everything in like one global place. Because it's really easy when I'm looking at these two side by side to be like, oh, I missed changing the game state. But sometimes I'm not looking at them side by side. You wouldn't worry about it? Yeah. That was kind of my mindset. It was like, all right, I'm going to create all these separate things, and then I'm just going to call them when I need it. Like, oh, I need to show the menu, show the title, hide this, focus this, bring this in here, trigger the battle controller, trigger the trigger a network request, handle this, call back, like all of that. So on one hand, I do like it. It's very nice. That's kind of why I went with this approach. I actually refactored the whole architecture in order to do this because the event system was like overwhelming. So maybe this is just the way I go, but maybe what I do is I just need to bring this all into one script. So I can just call it like sequencing maybe, which is a little esoteric, but because it would just be nice to be able to view all of these in one place. You could also create a function that maps the blueprint. Oh, my window's open, so I'm getting a lot of wind in the mic. Forgot this happens every time I open the window. You could also create a function that maps the blueprint of a navigation. Yeah, that's an interesting idea. Create like a node map. And then just like create like, just like track a node ID and then just like navigate through that. That is an interesting idea. It's a little maybe more complex than what I want to do, but maybe that's kind of what I'm trying to get with this sequencing, right? I don't want to draw it out though. Like, I mean, I don't mind drawing it out to visualize it, but I don't want to have like a separate node editor. So maybe how would that look like in code? Create a sequence node. Node. What I would want to define connections. Right, so I have some sort of node ID. And then I need a set of connections. And that would be a new sequence node. Oh no. We would want to define connections probably via node IDs. We can name the connection, be like, so let's give this a name. So let's say that this is our login node. And then our connection here, we have to title. We would give the title node ID, probably dynamically fetch that via a name, so it's a little bit easier to track. And then a callback. And then, I mean, that wouldn't be terrible. And then this way I could just define like which node, and then how would I invoke that in the game? The implementation, I would have to, the game state would have to keep track of a current node. But then this is like more like if I'm making the decisions dynamically, right? And really I'm not making the decisions dynamically, it's event-based. So that might be a little, yeah, that might be, this might not be great for that. The thing is I have multiple options. So like, for example, if I'm in the roster, I have 3 different routes. I can go to the title, I can go to editing, and I can go to battle. So these are the 3 options I have. And it would be nice to just like visualize all of these in one place. Maybe what I do is instead of having connections here, I say I mean, this I just need a hash set. I really wish GameMaker had hash sets. I think this is a little overkill. I don't really need this. So let's just go back to what I was thinking. It would be cool, but then the reason I think that's overkill is because then I have to track the node. Then I have to do references to see which one can I go to. I have to assign like actions to those connection navigations. It just becomes a little bit more than I want here. Really, what I want is one place where I can define all of the events, even if it's just global functions. So if I say function sequence login to title, and then that's it. Right, and all of these things are always just globally scoped. So, boom, sequence, login to title. Because I also don't like that I have these public methods called like go to login and go to roster, but I need them because I have to reuse this functionality. So this allows me to get this out of the object instance definition and bring it into a global definition. Okay, this is going to be the idea for now. You can wrap it. Transition to. That's an interesting idea. That would allow me to get a little more dynamic with it. I will consider that. If I do that, I'm going to need some sort of implementation like this anyways. So I'm just going to take this step towards potentially that if I get to that point, because I could see the value in like invoking it dynamically and tracking current and previous contexts and then being able to do that. Because then I could say like, well, sequence go to previous, and then I'd have that, right? So essentially what I would do is I would just like encapsulate all of these and create like a global reference of current and previous and maybe backwards forward, and then fetch that. It's an interesting idea. Yeah, there's some cool ideas here, but I do think just regardless, putting this all in one place is the move. So let's go ahead and do that. Okay, so the login has one. We have the title. We're gonna have our roster. We have our editor. And I want to say the battle controller also has it right now. I think these are the primary places. Yeah, I just don't know if I need to remember things. I think that is the question. We'll see. We'll see. To be determined. TBD. Okay, and then we have title to login, title to roster. Roster to title. Roster to editor. Oh, you're saying forget things as in like forget things that I need to type out. I was thinking like forget things as in like track relative context references or something like that. I was thinking more programmatically. No, like literally in my brain, I need to not forget things. Yes, very true. Okay, editor to roster. Roster to battle. Ah, this is where I do need some data preserved. Let's just pass the beast UID in. That's fine. That's okay. Can do that. I don't remember what the is new beast is used for. Oh, it's just for the editor. Yeah, I might change that later anyways. Okay, sequence roster to title. Title to login. Title to roster. Okay, good. Okay, let's see if this runs without crashing. So this was title to login. State login is not defined. Oh, okay. I just added that in actually. It's account login. I don't know why I said account login and not login. I'm gonna just change that to login just to keep it consistent with the player states. Oh no, definitely don't spawn them off stage. Let me change that clicking to right click. I'm gonna do that a ton. I'm gonna accidentally left click and send these guys into the abyss, freeze the whole game. That will be very annoying. they just vanish up into the sky. You can see them. Sorry, this restart is just dev testing. I don't think I'm gonna actually leave it in the game. Okay, so let's go ahead. Split up global sequencing functions into new scripts. And I kind of want this to flow in a way that actually makes sense, right? So if we're going to the roster, the first thing we do is we hide the roster. Or if we're going from roster to title, we show our profile, we show the title, we update our border presets. We're doing player and game state transitions last. And then show the banner and show the logo. It makes sense. Roster to editor. So let's hide the roster. Let's hide the editor. We'll clear the cursor, that's fine. We need to create the beast, and we start edit. We can even start our presets, set our camera presets. I don't know if I should have these iota clock calls here. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that, but I'm gonna leave it for now. Okay, roster to battle. We do a room transition. The border we can actually immediately invoke. We'll hide the roster. We'll call the battle prepare. Do this. Okay. Good morning, Mr. Selman. Sure, a small video. Oh, yes. Let's go. Let me see. All right, let's take a look. Oh, interesting. This is so much different than I had imagined. I was not thinking side-scrolling at all, but that actually makes the most amount of sense for an idle game, because doing top-down introduces a whole new dimension that you have to keep track of, right? This is actually pretty cool. Okay. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Okay, so then the idea is that you can run those battles while offline. Your character will like grind. Are you gonna, so here's a question, can you do battles while offline, or is it only gonna be certain activities that are available offline? Because things like farming and stuff, that would be easy to do offline because you just do time changes essentially and translate that to crop production, right? Crop progress. But battling, you would potentially have to simulate the battle. But I'm guessing, so I'm guessing just no battles offline, but you could do everything else. Like, it would be cool to do, instead of just having like battle dungeons, you could do like exploration dungeons with no combat that are just purely exploration. So you could have that as like another offline thing that you could do. Another thing that would be sick for a game like this would be like peer-to-peer, like local network connections. So like if you run into somebody else and their dude's like, maybe not passive, because doing that passively would be so difficult. But like if you're like next to each other and you both open it up. I don't know, that would be pretty tricky too. I'm just thinking, because like, I'm just thinking along the lines of like an MMO, right? And like, what are some of the MMO features? The multiplayer aspect, right? So. The other thing is you could have people running a dungeon. You could have people run a dungeon with you. That'd be kind of cool too. Or even if they don't actually run the dungeon with you, you could have ghosts of people running their version of the dungeon in the background. So many different interesting ideas that you could do in this whole idea. Like, that's a lot of design space. Do I have a battle preset for the camera? I don't think I do. I think I have... Yeah, I have arena presets. I might want to add that in. Okay. So then I hide the roster, I show the profile, I show remote profile. We can hide the cursor right away. We prepare the battle. And then we state change, okay. Editor to roster. So first thing we'll do is we're gonna stop editing. We'll tell the cursor to stop editing. We'll hide the catalog. Doesn't the beast destroy all of its blocks on... I think this is redundant. I think I already handled this, where when we call beast destroy, I think it... Oh no, because sometimes I was saying that I'd want to destroy the beast instance, but have the blocks persist. So I think that's why I separated the two of them. So let's go ahead and destroy all the blocks, then destroy the beast itself. Show the roster, set the focus menu, show the profile, show the border, and we need to state change the game controller to roster. Yep, see, this is what I was talking about. See, I'm missing stuff here. Okay, and then battle to roster. We want to hide our focuses immediately. The Jumbotron can hide. The profiles can hide. And then we'll do our transition. We will show the roster. We should probably tear down the battle immediately and change the battle states. Okay, this all seems much more intuitive. 720p, I swear to God, I don't understand why it keeps outputting my quality so terribly. Holy shit, it is scaled. I don't get why it does this. Yeah, it's gonna be 720 for today, and then I'll get it for next stream. Drives me crazy. Drives me crazy. The amount of times I feel like I've set that. Rip. Yeah, quality's gonna be a little shit. Sorry, guys. The thing is I don't think I've streamed to YouTube since reinstalling OBS. So I think what's happened is I'm wondering if the settings are per platform. Because this happened when I streamed to Twitter also. But I think I had it fixed on Twitch. Okay, we're looking good. We're looking good. Very nice. Okay, the sequencing is all working. I'm actually really happy with this change. This makes me feel a lot better about everything. Because now I can just define all of it in one place like this. Okay, good. And then that means I don't have to touch any of the event system for now. Can leave that as is. Okay, I want to redo the editor UI again. Fucking kill me. But I'm not doing that today. I'm still slowly working on a GOP implementation. Not going to work on that anymore today. Select beast, enter battle. So I need to finish the battle sequencing, which is, we have this done so you can select your beast and edit, select beast. You can enter a battle. You can complete the battle. But now what I want to do is scavenge pieces from the dead beast. Upgrade blocks. That's going to be a huge one. I realize that the blocks need upgrades. So that way when you do a beginning run, it feels really kind of slow and boring. But as you go through sequential runs, the pieces get more intense. So I don't have an upgrade system defined. I need to define an upgrade system. Hey, thank you. Yes, it's an auto battler. So that's why it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense just looking at it. It's because it's an auto battler. But check out the Steam link. Let's see. I should have it ready to go. I gotcha. Some screenshots. There's lots of info on the Steam page. A lot of time has just been spent on really getting this visual style established and building out the core system. So very close to actually iterating on pieces. I mean, we could build a new piece today. Like I could build a new block right now. Maybe that would be a fun thing. I've been wanting to do like a hyper beam block. Like one that just like over time slowly charges up like a massive fucking beam. All right, I could do that right now. I need more content in the game. Let's do it. Let's create a new block. Ayo, this will be fun. All right, what is our hyper beam block going to look like? Oh, the UI? I'm actually really happy with how the UI came out. Way better than I was expecting, honestly. It's all just black boxes and lines. But I really like the font. I don't love this title menu. I think I'm going to change it eventually, but it's fine for now. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with it. And then this, I realized I'm going to redo this menu too, because how I want it to seamlessly integrate into the gameplay is going to be a little bit different. But drop shadows here, it's honestly all it is it's good color palette, some nice drop shadows, and good font, and the halftone shader on it. Like it's the most basic UI that you could do. So, but yeah, pretty happy with it. I'll let you take a couple guesses. I won't spoil the surprise. It's not that exciting. India. Oh. All right, what's our hyper beam block? I could just do something like this that's kind of like an empty space and then it just fills up. That would actually be kind of sick. It's definitely going to be a body. 100% a body block. And then, yeah, maybe I do just like give it kind of like a yellow glow. And fill it so that it looks empty. I kind of like that idea. That might be kind of cool. Let's go for it. Entities, beasts, sprites, blocks, bodies. Let's create a new sprite. SBR block, body, hyper beam. Probably shouldn't call it that. Might be copyright issues there. Scale that bad boy up. Middle center, I think, has all the blocks. Yep. Okay, let's define some new block data. Body hyper beam. Block data. Body hyper beam. Let's organize these because this is going to be big. Okay, create a script, block, data, body, hyperbeam. I'm alphabetizing these like a psychopath. Let's pull up the robot core as our reference. Okay, and this is going to return new I block data body. Okay, let's go and build it out. How'd you get India at the sound identical? It's identical. Don't you like using the inbuilt sprite editor? Not really, no. I only use it if I have to. I think pretty much every other sprite editor is better than the built-in one. I heard someone say that the GameMaker sprite editor is really good for animation. And I'll take their word for it. I don't know. Also, I have a suspicion that this isn't triggering anymore. I put a breakpoint in here and this was not happening. So let me, real quick, put a note. Make sure that attach beast and detach from beast block data callbacks are triggering. Chrome just crashed, RIP. But yeah, I've just been using Sprite for a while. I like the shortcuts. I know how to use it. I like the way it looks. I like that it's a separate kind of product that's made by like a small person, like a small team, single person. It's just kind of, I don't know, it's cool. It's cool software. I like it. And I've just been using it for years now, so it's just what I'm comfortable with. I just really do not like the GameMaker sprite editor. I think there's a lot of little nuances about it that just make it really annoying to use. Okay, our UID is body hyperbeam. I'm just gonna copy all of this over. Might as well. Okay, description. Charge up a powerful beam that fires every few seconds. Now, what I want to do is I want to try to get away from precise numbers in these short descriptions, because these are things that will be upgraded with the upgrade system. There's a script that you can get for Aseprite that allows you to connect to GM and alter. Oh, interesting. Do you know what it's called? I'll look it up if you know the name of it. We're not going to give it any armor. Okay, so there's 3 things that I want this to do. 1, fire beam. 2, slow movement. And apply slight knockback when firing the beam. And then also to percent chance to regen health while charging. Right, I'm gonna try to give these blocks as much depth as possible so that there's a lot of combination possibilities and a lot of room to work with the upgrading. Also, I'm realizing now in terms of blocks, I should just give them all like a default life of 100. Because I have a hard time figuring out like what value to give these things. I'm just going to increase all of the numbers by factors of 10. And if I just set 100 as the start, then that will give me at least a rough starting point. Oh, the Cyclops head would be a great one for this hyper beam too. I didn't even think about that. Okay, and then that means I need to just quickly up the hitbox data to... Oh, the wand is already dealing 20 per hit? How much is... What does the armor do? I actually don't remember how I handle armor. I don't remember if it's a flat reduction or what. I shouldn't do a flat reduction because there's a possibility then that You just never deal damage. Yeah, armor is just subtracted from the amount. So that's why it takes so long to kill some of the blocks, because they have pretty high armor. Like, this explosion doing 50 damage is pretty strong. The wands doing 20 damage is really strong. So it's like, I should be able to knock those down to 10 damage. But I should just really reduce the armor, because the armor is insane. It cannot be proportional to the health in the way that it currently is. Three armor? That's totally appropriate. Oh, that's the one I'm working on. Lol. So like the shell could have like 5 armor and 80 life. Same with the robot core. This could have a little bit more armor, because I think that was the idea. I also don't think I updated. God damn it. Armor, need to update the text. I would like to get rid of this separate description of stats and these stats. Theoretically, I should be able to just pull from that. Okay. So let's give this guy like 80 health. Doesn't need armor. Not everything needs armor. It's not gonna do anything when it's attached or detached. We're not gonna do anything on destruction, other than maybe stop some particles. And we need to change the particles that we're giving it. And then rework this update. It does, but it uses legacy data structures that require you to manually garbage collect it. It's kind of gross. Oh yeah, so I mean, it loads it into DS maps is what it does. So if you want to load a JSON file from disk, and theoretically I might have to do that for all of these, because I might want to... The hard part is the callbacks, right? Like, how do I handle the callbacks? Because obviously I don't want these files to be modifiable. But I mean, they're all gonna get loaded into memory, so somebody could easily just like hack it and crack it open and just like, and just change the numbers. So I have to figure out how to handle... The numbers are easy, right? Like, but changing the callbacks, like I don't know how to serialize these. No, the idea is that everything is baked into the seed. So we encode the beast and all the beast data, and then we bake the seed, and then we repeat the simulation deterministically. That's the goal. That is my ideal goal for how to implement this. Because then the entire networking infrastructure can just be a single database. Like, that would be it. I mean, essentially, I'd have to have a set of profiles, active matches, beast, blah, blah, etc., right? But that being said, the entire infrastructure would still just be databases. That's the goal. I do not want to try to synchronize the attacks over networks or anything like that, the network. Because in theory, that's all that I should need to do is serialize the beast, send it to a player, pick a seed between the host and the client, run the simulation, verify the results. And especially for the playtest prototyping, what I'm going to do is I'm not going to have the network solution done. I'm just going to ship the prototype to people with like, I'm going to try to build like 10 beasts and then just like do like a gauntlet against those 10 beasts. So it's always like the same. I have no idea, dude. I don't know yet. Honestly, like, to be totally honest, my hope is that I get the prototype and the playtest like really solid, and then I can like hire someone who actually knows how to handle this stuff a little bit better to come in and help build out the validation. But yeah, I really don't know the best way to validate it. I mean, I could obviously find discrepancies, right? If one client reports a win and one client reports a loss, like, or like, you know, and those results aren't the same, then obviously I can verify, I can like figure out that a problem happened. I just don't know how to determine who was the one that violated it. Because essentially, if I can just figure out who it was, then I can just automatically give them the loss and automatically give the other person the win. Right? So it's very easy to figure out if there's a problem. It's just now, how do I figure out who caused the problem? Exactly. Yeah, I'm not gonna worry about it too much yet. But my hope is that if the design is solid and the game is fun, then it will justify getting somebody to come help kind of finish that last piece. I think so too. It's definitely doable, right? Okay, I'm also gonna, okay, so here's the bones for the hyper beam. All right, I should be able to run it and I should be able to equip it. It's not gonna do anything yet, but should be able to come in, edit the beast, swap out the body. Nice. I can't save right now because of this dumb bug I have. So I have to delete it first, equip it, and now I can save it. Looks super janky. Maybe I add a centerpiece here. The source of the beam. That looks a little bit better. Whoa. Oh, that's fair enough. Oh yeah, I was in the middle of working on another block that I never finished. It's because I got sidetracked with the particle system, but now the particles are actually pretty decent. I can come back and finish that guy too. Good. These guys don't have any, like, I have to give them the dinosaur head for, to have any sort of movement logic. So let me just give him that, so at least he'll move around. And I don't want him to have the wand, because otherwise he will start shooting. So let's just have the beast, the body. Okay. Templated, generic, hyper beam body block. Okay, so the server might need to run the seed, and the result that is sent back will have the seed execution result data points that should match the server with some degree of tolerance. The thing I just don't know how to do is how to run the simulation on a server, right? Like, I just don't know how to take a GameMaker instance of the an instance of the executable, and then to host that on the server and to run instances of it. Right, because theoretically, if I could do that, I think isn't that what Docker is for? Fucking, I don't know. I'm sure I know there's solutions for it, but like essentially what I would need to do is I would spin up an instance of the game on the server, and then, yeah, I would pass in the seed and the beast's data, and then I would run the simulation on the server at the same time, and then I would just validate the results. Oh, I see what you're saying. So set up kind of like... Yeah, that's something. It's like, so like a very easy version of that is like, I know how much damage a projectile should do. So every time that projectile deals damage, it stashes that event. And if that event doesn't line up, then it's flagged. Or for example, like if the player reports that they won, but they didn't deal enough damage, or they didn't deal the same amount of damage that the client reported they received, stuff like that. A headless mode for your game? That's an interesting idea. That is a very interesting idea. That would be nice too, because I would love to run all sorts of like, not unit tests, but like just tests on the game. You know, basically randomize beasts and just run like endless amounts of tests on it. It would be a great way to like help balance it, because then I could like run metrics against that. Win rates, damage dealt, things like that. It's an interesting idea. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do some research into figuring out like what would be a good way to do that. Okay, this is going to be for the charging. Of the hyper beam. There's not much blue in the game, so maybe I'll make this blue. The speed is insane. Let's just increase the life so I can just get the movement correct. Nice, okay. Looks kind of crazy. Okay, that looks pretty good. I'm digging it. Let's just try it as it is real quick. All right, let's call this hyper beam. All right, so it's not going to have a sprite, but it is going to have a Y scale of 1, and let's just give this an X scale of like times block size times 10. Okay, we're not going to destroy the projectile. We're just going to apply the hitbox. We're going to filter things that are friendly. Maybe we just do 1 damage. But we define the collision to hit like repeatedly. Repetitions per collision is gonna be -1. Repetitions max is -1. Repetitions rate, let's do, it'll tick every 2 frames. I don't remember what buffer distance is. Maybe it's just like extra padding or margin around the collision. So theoretically, this says it can hit. There's no maximum number of times it hits. There's no maximum times it hits, period. It's gonna tick once every 2 frames. Maybe we go like every 5 frames, and we're gonna deal 1 damage. Okay, this is gonna look ridiculous, so let's go ahead and turn on hitboxes. So I can actually make sure that this looks okay. And here we just say hitbox create auto. All right, let's see if we can just get this to show up. So let's say on apply to beast. I'm gonna say block, right? I think that's how it was done. Block, hitbox, create auto, hyper beam. Okay, let's just see if this even shows up. All right, let's see what's going on. Okay, so the owner is a block. UID is body hyperbeam, okay. Vector get velocity. Okay, let's see where those vectors are nested. Behavior, vector. It might just be the beast. Solid, hitbox, projectile. Okay, so that's why it's crashing. It's because this is expecting a projectile object attached to it, which it doesn't have. Curious to know why the explosion, hitbox create auto body robot explosion. Just trying to see, is there something I marked specifically in the projectile that treats it differently? Okay. So if owner exists, how do I distinguish this? So basically it's saying it's a hitbox. It's checking to see if it has an owner and if the owner has a velocity. And if it does, then we match our velocity to that so that the hitbox is just moving with it. What I could say is and owner get behavior exists vector, I think. Yeah, that might do it. I figured the hardest part about creating new blocks is going to be working out the kinks in this system. So, oh, there it is. Look at how big it is. It's huge. Oh, he's doing so much damage. Kind of stopped doing damage though. Oh, okay, that hitbox is lingering. I'm curious. It does a lot of damage at first, which is awesome, and it's doing exactly what I want it to. I just don't know why it stops dealing damage. Okay, we're making progress. I need to clean up the old hitboxes. I need to figure out why it's not hitting after a while. I need to mark it as armor piercing, because it should be armor piercing. Because it's doing so little damage over time, so it should definitely get marked as armor piercing. Armor piercing is true, so. Okay, BRB, gotta use the restroom. One sec. Okay, huge. I mean, huge. This is awesome. The fact that this is already working as well as it is a little bit of a surprise to me. Okay, first thing, let's clean up the lingering hitbox. That's an easy one. Okay, so we just add our cleanup events. Let's go to the beast. I don't know if this is going to be in the beast or the block, because I think the block owns it. Either way, I want to do it in both of them. I might merge these. I don't know why I have those split up into two separate events. Same thing here. Okay, that should catch the lingering hitboxes. Because before I was expecting them to kind of destroy themselves, but in reality, obviously some of these are still lingering, so. Good. Okay, that gets cleaned up. I'll worry about positioning it here in just a minute, but that is not what I'm worried about. Now, the other thing is, why are our repetitions not hitting? Oh, actually, let me check the armor piercing too. I didn't see that. I'm doing like less diminishing damage, it looks like. All right, like, am I crazy? It looks like it starts off doing like 12 damage and then it gets less over time until it goes down to like 0. One, 0.5, 0.25. It is diminishing. So it's hitting properly. It's just we're diminishing down to like a near 0, which means it stops hitting. I guess I could read the log here. We might get some information actually. I don't have any data. I just see that the apply is hitting, but oh, here it is. Stat override. Value damage. our hitbox is doing a stat override? That's weird. It's been so long since I've even looked at these hitbox, hurtbox objects. It's literally been like a year since I've probably touched this code. Like I said, it's been like a year of menus, UIs, and designs. Oh god. Yo, this song actually slaps so hard. Okay, let me just look for this. Stats override. Hitbox stat override. Oh, well, here it is. It's the... Holy shit. When it actually works the way it's supposed to, you just don't realize it. Yo, this song is crazy. It's the orange body that the other beast has. Now it is doing its good job of like reducing damage by 50%, but it's doing a hard stat override to so this isn't quite correct. It's actually, this is actually what's wrong. That's the first time this log has like actually really saved me. All I want to do is grab the damage. And have it potentially modify the value. That's it. So let's do this. Let's grab the return value. If it's real, assume a modified damage value was returned if returning a real value. Because I don't need to apply a stat override. Because the stats are persistent, so that makes sense why this is doing what it's doing. I just want to return damage times 0.5. That's it. And then we just assign the amount to the return value. Because normally if I don't return anything, I think it just returns false. So that will register as a Boolean. You know, I can even check if not is bool retval, and it is real. Okay, that should solve our slow damage decay. Bro is getting absolutely obliterated. Holy shit. Oh, love it already. It's so funny because it's just such small damage. But the knockback might be a little, might need to get tuned down a little bit. Dude just gets trapped in the corner. Especially because, yeah, that is reducing the damage by half. So instead of doing 1, I'm only doing half a tick of damage. How does the knockback get determined by default? Direction method, return hitbox vector get velocity get direction. So we get the direction of a velocity vector. Yeah, I need to override that because the hitbox isn't moving. So it should have a 0 velocity, which is why we're always pushing it to the right, which makes sense. So let's go ahead and just say direction method, hitbox, hurtbox. And really, I just want this to be the angle of the hitbox. So for now, I don't know, this is not going to be perfect, but let's just return the image angle of the hitbox. Might need to do some offsets there. Okay, the knockback should be as small as it gets, you know, like really tiny. I think I should tune down the springing of the pieces when they're hurt. Let's just spring it by 10%, not 30%. Okay, that looks a little bit better. Okay, now I need to position. Let's change this to concentrated. Concentrate. Beam attack causes your beast to stop moving while firing. Okay, we need to position this hitbox better though. Okay, don't need this. Yeah, that's fine. Keep that open. That can close. Behavior, hitbox. Hitbox create auto. Okay, so here I can do. All right, but I am gonna get the hitbox afterwards. So let's get the hitbox and then position the hitbox. I think the hitbox sticks, and I think that's why it moves, though. Yeah, behavior stick owner. So I need to update the position. Okay, so the width is going to be hitbox image sprite width. Let's just make sure that this is the correct value. Because then I just need to offset, position it, and then sync the stick. 640, that is correct, okay. Hitbox width is 640, defined in hitbox data. I shouldn't be hard coding this. Maybe I can just fetch the hitbox data without actually instantiating it. I should be able to say hitbox width is hitboxes of hyper beam, because I want to pass this. If I pass in all these values in as I create it, it will create it and stick it properly. If I do it afterwards, I'm gonna have to resynchronize it. So let's grab it, hyperbeam dot sprite dot x scale. $320. Why is that a smaller value? What is block size? 32. Okay, just gonna, that is correct. I don't know why it showed 640 earlier. Okay, so we have the width. We need to determine, I want to say the hitbox is anchored in the middle. Yeah, it is center line. That's fine. So now I need to know the angle that I'm going to shoot with. Let's just say point direction. The block data magic wand should shoot to the opponents. Okay, we're not going to put this in the apply to beast, so we're going to lose the beast reference. So let's fetch it. So beast is block beast get. We do want this targets, right? So we're going to use a vision scan. And if we have targets, target is going to be, I want to say that this sorts by distance. So our first one should be our closest target. Our angle should be point direction from beast X, beast Y, target X, target Y. Okay. X is going to be beast X plus length dir X. Length is hitbox width times 0.5 at our angle. You can truncate some of these variables. We don't need to be so explicit. Now this may fail to create because we may not have a vision target at the beginning. Oh, we have one. And I think they spawn like on top of each other, so I think that's why it's pointing to the right, because it probably just returns 0. Okay, is this hitbox actually twice the size? Oh, it is, because our X scale is 2. That's why. Okay, that's fine. Because the hitbox is 2 by 2 in order to center align it if it's 1 by 1. Oh my god, this is actually fucking working. Absolutely get fried, my dude. Okay, sick. Okay, so now the trick is just to invoke it at the right time. So let's get rid of this. So one thing I'm not doing with all of them that I need to do is I need to first... Let's get rid of... Let's create a new method for this. Block. All right, can act is simply just going to be return context lock is unlocked of our act lock. So let's search for every place that this is used. So if block can act, right? Because when the battle isn't started, we have actions disabled. Okay, that's a nice little cleanup. Is action mod. It's a weird one, but we're gonna pass in an iterator here. This is what we want here. Actually working, dude. It's crazy when these things come together. This whole time I've been working on this, I've been telling myself I'm rationalizing it. I'm rationalizing spending over a year on menus, UIs, visuals, all this stuff, and building the architecture and all of the systems because I'm going to be able to build blocks so fast. And I'm so hyped to look back at the end of this stream and see how long it took to build out this block. Especially considering that I had to do several like vital bug fixes through this process. So it should just get faster and faster every single time because systems get fixed. So it's actually going to be pretty crazy. Oh, wait. What am I doing this? Oh, this is actually all self-contained in the block. So what we should just say is action frame. And then all of this gets fetched from the block. We just return this. We grab our action iterator, we grab our action stats, and then we just return. So now here, I can just say if block can act and block is action frame. And in fact, I could nest this can act inside of this action frame, because obviously we're not going to have an action frame if we're not acting. So now I can just simplify this to if block is action frame. Incredible. Love it. And same thing here. Okay, good. So now with this block, we say if block is action frame, then we're gonna create the hitbox. Create hitbox if target visible. Okay, that means I need to define an action timer here, which let's say every 3 seconds. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 3 seconds would be good. An action stat, okay. So now every 3 seconds we should create a hitbox. Well, it's only going to happen once. I'll have to destroy the hitbox. Okay, not quite what I wanted here. Here we use the iter. Who fucking cares? Why am I doing this? Projectile. I know why that's happening. It shouldn't be happening. Projectile creates auto. Name is PRNG UUID. Return projectile create. It does seem I mean, he is creating a hitbox every 3 seconds. This first one's weird. Oh no, it's hitting everyone! No, what's happening? This is where I should just bake this into the arena. When the arena tears down, we should just tear down everything, destroy everything with obj hitbox. Still not sure why this first one keeps spawning where it does, but the other ones are like somewhat close. Okay, all the hitbox is gone. So first, let's change this to on update attached. We only want this to trigger when we are attached to the beast. Oh, I'm guessing our iterator is just counting down even when it's not supposed to. What's our iterator? Our action iterator. Life cycle. Update. That's in our states. Update iterator. Yeah, so that makes sense. The iterator is updating before, regardless of whether or not the can act is true. I could just reset it once the countdown finishes. Maybe that's what I do. I just reset all the iterators. Iterator resets. Okay. And then we'll just subscribe to our battle started events, which we already are subscribed to. We'll say iterator, resets, action, iterator. YouTube emotes, dude, there's something else. I don't even know what the hell I'm looking at here. They tried. Oh, I could stop the iterator. We could pass running in, and then I could just start it. And then when we battle starts, we could start the iterator. This might still trigger it though, but these are good changes. There we go. Yep. Another one. There we go. Okay. Good fixes. Okay, I'm just gonna try to finish up a little bit more and then I'm gonna end stream. I need to eat lunch and I have some other work I need to do today off stream. So let's see if I can get to a good stopping point. I would love to get this finished. Very close. Oh, and we shouldn't create this from the beast position. We should create this from the blocks position. Which makes sense. Is it coming from the block, not from the beast itself? Which is why it's always putting it at its feet. Whoa. Not close. What's happening? Point direction between the block. Okay, our width. We grab our width. Block X plus length dir X of width and our angle. Block Y plus our, yeah. We can assign the angle. Is that fourth param? I don't know if it's actually the config at the fourth param. XY config, yeah. Good. This might conflict with the stick angle. We'll see though, hopefully not. Good, okay, the angle is correct. The dude's a fucking menace. All right, let's make the hitbox expire. Hitbox data is life. So it's just right here. Just give it a life of 3 seconds, which means we'll make the action timer every 10 seconds. For the sake of testing, let's just shrink these numbers, but I'll probably space them out a little bit more. And then I need to apply a movement lock. And then we need to do the charging state. A lot to do with it still. Also, I don't know why the second trap is still not spawning. Okay, so some of the sticking is messing with it. That's fine though. I think if I lock it, if I lock the movement, that may prevent it from happening. So let's go ahead and stop the movement. I feel like I've locked this movement before. I'm just trying to remember where I did it and how I did it. Do I have a lock? Context lock. This is bouncing. Jesus, what have I done? Get the movement controller, I get our current output velocity. I get our max speed stat. I said our max bounce is 10 times our mass. We remap. Bruh, this is some black magic over here. Remap the velocity magnitude to max speed, max bounce. Set our direction, create a new vector, apply it. Oh god. I think I just, oh, here it is. Thank you. Oh, it's the stun state. That's what I was looking for. We grab the controller, we clear the velocity, we lock the blocks, which we don't need to do here. So that's all we do is we don't call update movement and we clear the velocity. Okay. So let's get the movement controller. So we want to stop the movement here. MC velocity clear. That might cause weird things where if I have like a lot of preserved momentum, the velocity just gets totally wiped. What I really want is I want to clear the internal velocity. Yeah, this clears all of it. Velocity clear internal. Because yeah, like if I go to trigger, like say I'm bouncing around and suddenly I shoot the hyper beam, all movement is just gonna get totally lost, which is gonna be weird. So when I go into the stun state, I do want to clear all velocity because we're stunned, no movement. But in this, we want to clear the internal velocity. There we go. Okay, that is a lot more, that makes more sense. Okay, and then normally we call update movement, which just calls the update on the move controller. Which in this case, I could just lock it. Update lock. But that's gonna gut all movement. I don't want to, again, I don't want to gut all movement. I just want to gut internal velocity lock. If velocity is unlocked, yes, this is it. This is what I want. Velocity lock. Again, probably should call this lock internal, just for clarity. Because again, this only gets applied to our internal velocity. Let's make sure I didn't just totally break everything here. Okay, this is fine. Now let's just lock it for an indefinite amount of time. And then otherwise, if we're not in an action frame, we're still gonna need this movement controller regardless. MC velocity unlock internal. Okay, so as we go to shoot it, we should stop moving. Oh, it's because this is only one frame, so I can't do this. What I need to do is just have the hitbox on destroy, reset on destroy. This is probably the easiest way to do it. When the hitbox is destroyed, let's bind our movement controller. MC velocity unlock internal. Who's making the art for this game? It is a combination of a lot of people. The original artwork comes from MRMO Taurus and their itch page. And then that basically provided this asset pack that we're using and the color palette. And then I am going through and coloring all of them and constructing the beast together. And then all the icons are done by a guy named Gabriel Cortabras. This is ripped from an old project. And then I'm doing all of the artwork for the font and stage stuff. Here's some old ideas that aren't in the game. This is the isometric font I'm doing. I'm having to do 4 for each character because the isometric shape is uneven. So the left side is different orientation than the right side, and then you have, oh god, this it's a lot of people working on it. It's a very collaborative experience. But I'm doing the whole project pretty much by myself. So the art I got from an asset, and the icons I also got from an asset. Let's see. I don't think I'm using these. Yeah, here's the fonts I'm using. Gosh. I don't even know where the rest of this stuff is. Here's MRMO, and then I have a halftone, yeah. So this is the original asset pack. And then some of the fonts, this is all Gabriel's stuff. Does crazy good artwork. I've been buying artwork from him for like 7 years now. Dude does awesome stuff. And then all the UI stuff is stuff that I wrote out. So yeah, it's an odd mix. Okay, what is happening? So oh, it's because we're not running a destroy. Let's go ahead and run that. Again, I haven't figured out when I want to use cleanup versus when I want to use destroy. I think I can use cleanup for everything that's not a controller. I just haven't settled on that yet. Nice. Okay, that's not too bad. I think I just need to turn off the stick facing. Stick to owner facing. Let's go ahead and pass these in. And now let's not allow stick facing. That might fix all the position issues, maybe. No, why is it teleporting all over the place? It's so good sometimes. Okay, let me think about it. It might be the angle issue. So I'm stretching it on the x-axis, and then I'm pointing it to the enemy. So, and then I'm offsetting it by the angle. I just need to like wrap my brain around. Yeah, that should be correct. The thing is it almost looks like it's spawning in the right place, but then it like teleports. So maybe it's something in the stick position also. You know what? I'm gonna assume that that's what it is. The problem is though, is we're gonna lose, well, we stop moving, but we get knocked around, so it's offset by half of the battle area, maybe. let's just do this. Let's just turn off stick position. This should do two things. It should fix the spawning position, theoretically, but it's gonna break the updating position. Did not fix the spawning position. It also did not break the updating position. It did neither of those things. Did I spell it right? Stick position? Yeah. Oh, well, that's because this is not... this is not correct. Stick to owner position in X. I have separate parameters defined for those. I don't know if I need them separated, but... It's possible, but there's no connection to the arena that it uses. So I don't think that that's going to be it, because there's nothing in the entire object that has any reference to the arena. Yeah, there it is. That spawned in exactly the right spot. Okay, that's all correct. So it is the stick position, as I suspected. So now we're just losing the positional. Okay, so that means the stick position is not working as expected, which is surprising. Oh, it's because we use this facing. Do I use this for literally any other object in the game? The hurt box. Here's the easy solution. Apply facing to position X. We default that. And then we just turn it off. Oh, wait. But then we want to turn the position back on. We just don't want to apply the angle. I should really put in a better fix for that. Nice. That looks good. I wish this alien would stop getting stuck in the corner over here. Very uneventful match to watch. Okay, I'm gonna default that to false. But I'm gonna reactivate it for the hurt box. so we still preserve that in the hurt box, and I don't have to specify that for the hitbox at all. And hopefully that doesn't break the projectile hitboxes. It shouldn't, because I don't think they really have a facing. Oh, I forgot I can reposition these guys. Yeah, the hitboxes still look okay. Good, he stops moving, we're looking good. Okay, a couple things that we can do. So, sprite, particles, all that stuff would be pretty huge here, obviously. It's just a hitbox. And then we also need to do, we also need to have a charging. That should be pretty easy to do. Let's first link up the particle system. BB system, hyperbeam charge. Depth is -1. We want to bring that in front of the block. Okay, let's pull the beast out of here. Beast has a blackboard set up. Blackboard exists. Let's go ahead and set that up. Okay, if not, beast blackboard exists is charging. Beast blackboard set is charging true. Setup control vares. Okay, we also need to track the beast here. So when we do this, disable charging. Beast blackboard set is charging false. All right, so I'm using these blackboard variables because I don't want to have to like write all of these define all of these variables in the beast or in the block. In fact, this should all be associated to the block, not to the beast. Right, I don't have to create like another section in here called hyperbeam charging. What we can do is we can just temporarily write these variables to a temporary space. And then just use that temporary space. So we'll say if there's no variable written for is charging, we're going to set it to true. Then when we do the fire, we're going to set is charging to false. And when the hitbox destroys itself, we'll say blackboard set is charging to true again. Okay. And now we can say if blackboard get is charging, we're going to emit some particles. And we will go ahead and activate our system, which is going to be our charged particle system. Okay, so we should get charged particles while we're not shooting. Oh yeah. Okay. We want to fix the depth. I might need to change the order of that. Well, oh yeah, that should be in front of it. I don't know why it's not. Might have to fix that. There might be a bug there. That's fine. Let's go ahead and deactivate the system. And we also need to do this on destroy, just in case it's still on. Yeah, I don't love the style of, I don't like how those particles look, but one thing I don't like is how when I deactivate the system, it just immediately hides, right? So what I want to do is I want to burst it. Particles. Was it system? Burst particles? I don't remember. Particles burst system. Just create like 10 particles there. So we'll deactivate it, but then we're gonna burst some particles there of the same type. And that should hopefully smooth out the transition between active and inactive. I don't know if that did or not. It's kind of creating them in a weird spot. The wind is coming through. The tornado's coming to get me. Hey, that actually looked kind of sick, honestly. We need actual particles and the rest of everything else, but... Holy shit, he won! Okay, I want to add a little bit of knockback. So if he's not charging... We're going to say beast, knockback. The direction is going to be our hitbox. So we're going to need to fetch the hitbox. Block, hyper, beam. Okay, in this case, I want to give it a name, so let's just call it block hyper beam. And the knockback is going to be direction is gonna be hitbox, image angle plus 180 degrees, and like 1 knockback. I just want him to get kind of pushed back a little bit while he's shooting it. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Oh my god, that's so much, that's so much knockback. Holy shit. Dude goes flying. It's too small. Do I use the knockback with a vector passed into it? Oh, no? That I create a new vector. I don't think I need this vector parameter. Just create it. It's like if the... that's unfortunate. If I set it to 1, it's way too high. But I can't, 0.1 is too low. It does nothing. 0.01 is definitely even lower. We can go to like 0.5. I'm hoping that I can go, you know, fractional values here. I can't tell if he's actually moving. Oh, that's why I pass it in, so that I could reference it outside of it. That's fair enough. Okay, don't need to change that. That was just a minor improvement I thought I could catch. There's a little bit of it. Okay. I want less than that though. Dude, still. That's kind of funny. You know what? I don't need to deactivate those particles. Can definitely burst a few of the particles there though. Still got to figure out the depth issues. It's kind of bothering me a little bit, but. Brogus. These angular wall collisions are causing me so many issues. You can see him just teleporting all over the place. It's starting to get there. It's kind of sick though. Not gonna lie. Kind of dig it. Can I go smaller though? Like maybe a little bit less, about half the knockback. Yeah, a little bit. Okay, I'll leave it right there. A little bit of knockback. All right, I mean, the only thing he's missing now at this point is a freaking sprite, so I think I'm gonna end it here, guys. I need to eat and go get some other stuff done today, so let's save this. Hyper beam, bug fixes, and knockback. I mean, overall though, here's the entire code for the hyper beam block. Not bad. I mean, what is that? Like 50 lines of code, basically. That's pretty solid. I'm pretty happy with that. Just need to get some sprite implementation going, and I don't have any way to do. What I need to do is I need to set up 9 sliced sprites that can be mapped onto a hitbox. That's literally all I got to do, which shouldn't be too difficult because I already have hitbox data expecting a sprite. Hitbox data sprite. So all I have to do is just like toggle this 9 slice and then draw it over the size of it. And then more particles, some sound effects, maybe a little bit of screen shake, stuff like that. Huge, pretty huge. All right, when did we start? When did I start working on this block? Let's see. about 2 hours ago. About 2 hours ago. So it's been about 2 hours. Honestly, not bad time for creating a brand new piece of content. Hopefully it will get a little bit faster again as a lot of these bugs get fixed up. I think this could have been done in a fraction of that time. Really, most of the time should be spent on the visuals and the polish moving forward. Okay, that's it, guys. Thank you all for tuning in. If you guys haven't, please add Block Beast to your wish list on Steam. Really helps me out. Also, like the stream, thumbs up the video down below, subscribe, all of the social media things. All right, guys. I will maybe be on sometime soon. We'll see. Keep an eye on the Discord. Stream is over. See you, everyone. Bye-bye.